Okay, man, that stream delay really kills. Anyway, hello everyone. You know what's funny, Chloe, about your issue there with the stream starting going to a black screen? I would kind of prefer that sometimes, because there's a streamer I watch who opens up with a static scene, and sometimes it will start the stream, show the first frame, and then auto pause. So it doesn't actually play, but out of the corner of my eye, I can't tell. But hello everyone. Whoa, we got a day ahead of us here. So, goals are a little fuzzy for what we're going to try and accomplish here, but we have multiple things set up to try and do some stuff. But I'm pretty sure the bulk of what we're going to try and do is demonstrate that software will work on this machine, that will not work on this machine, that should work on both, but don't. So that's the primary goal for today. So let me quickly cover what exactly this is for those of you who may not know. This is the Jonos Escort, and it is the first computer to ever ship with 3.5-inch floppy drives. And you might think that's the Sony SMC-70. No, this beat it by a couple of months. They are Sony drives. Sony just drugged their feet trying to sell this thing in North America. That's all there is to it. They just straight up, Sony just did it to themselves. But it doesn't really matter, because they are the exact...
CHER 100 dot for the next goal. Shelby will run out of work to dot. Wait, that's already achieved. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Hey, I can clean that off. We can put more over there. So here's the thing. First, yeah, right. We've got this machine here, which it has a video output port that it's theoretically composite, but it doesn't actually work. I tried to capture the Retrotech 4K, and it's just a whole mess. I'm almost wondering if maybe it's RF. That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, but for how early this thing is, maybe. Anyway, so here's the thing. In theory, I should be able to take this disk, which we can beep. By the way, the Jonos is the best computer ever because it beeps when you type. That's how you know. We can take this, pop it out, put it over in the SMC-70, and then switch on over to that, and just trust me, bro, I'm typing behind it. One moment. Oh, it's fuzzy again. Cool, I'll get to that in a second. Here we go. Why did that? That's what I want. Okay. Here we go. So if we do E, oop, it fails. And if we do the inverse, where we take an SMC-70 disk and we put it in the, and we put it, and we and we it doesn't work. It will error. I don't know. I think it wasn't liking the shutter on that one. Anyway, so what happens if we dir B here? Is it will throw, oh no, scary, bad sector, and that's basically all that happens. So, what we're gonna do today is basically trial and error into the ground to demonstrate that we can make discs for this, that software will run on it, that it does work, that the software is good, but that this thing is stupid. That's what our goal is for today. So, yeah. But, all right. So, let's just, the thumbnail alone is a 10 out of 10. Well, let's get crack-a-lackin'. So, first off, there is a minor problem here. These discs are never going to be compatible, because the Jonos is running CPM 3. So, they're just a little bit different. So that's one problem that we're gonna have to make go. Ben's not here yet.
SMC-70G 100-OU. Our goal is to prove the SMC-70 is stupid. Then it will become a member of chat. End of line.
What we think of 100 bits. I'm realizing, actually, I don't know that we have run WordStar on this. I don't know if WordStar will work on this. Now I'm curious because I didn't think about it. This is CPM 3. Oh no. That could be a problem. Well, we'll find out. All right. Also, before we continue more here, let me cover a fun thing I discovered today. Let's go back to this. So, this is the SMC-70. I have to reset it because it's dumb. Hold on. When it fails to read something, then it just sits there and does nothing. What I need to do is type a bunch of M's so that we can see that it's out of phase again. So we can see here it's blurry, here it's blurry, here it's blurry. Actually, it's just the whole thing. Yeah, the whole thing is blurry again. So I've had this running for an hour and a half now, and this will be the 4th time I've had to adjust the phase and pixel count, because apparently it changes as the machine just sits there warming up. So that is what was happening yesterday. I'm thinking when I dialed in the capture settings the first time here on the RetroTink 4K, that it was in a warmed up state or something. And when we turned it on yesterday and it was cold, obviously it didn't work. So yeah, like I said, this will be my 4th time adjusting this today. I'm just gonna try and dial this in. Let's see which way. It shifts phase, yeah, something like that. Okay, I think that's good. Oh, yeah, that's worse. That's also worse. Okay, so there we go. 1029.5 pixels per line. Oh, that's definitely a thing that makes sense. Not only does it shift phase, the image size is squishing or expanding. I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to math. So yeah, it's just changing. So I keep having to adjust the capture.
104th time adjusting it today. Who knew British Leyland made computers? End of line.
Oh, thank you for 100 bits. Place cheap crystal capacitors with proper atomic clocks so the image stays stable. So, is there a 32 kilohertz atomic clock frequency we can tap into? Oh boy. All right. We got one thing we need to do before we can get started proper here, and that has to do with the Jonos. I don't have disk format shortcuts for working with the Jonos ready, so we're gonna go ahead and work on this first. So that's job number one. We do get to cheat here a little bit. Let me bring up wiki.techtangents.net, and we get to bring up the Jonos page for this. One moment. Okay. Oh. Jonos. Scary smart fucking. Isn't he too busy? He might have two, but he's got to send one up into space, doesn't he? So he needs both. All right, so basically we need to get both of these crammed in here. So the disk defs for the Jonos, we already figured this out. I don't remember when. Okay, genuine question, because I don't remember. How much Jonos did I do on stream previously? Did I do any? Because I just straight up don't remember. I feel like I must have done some. By the way, I have the Jonos over here as the like kind of primary computer closer to me, only because I have to film the CRT. So that's fun. No, there are two of them, yeah. There's three because there's another one hiding in here that you guys don't really know about, but I've hinted at, but I think I've also told you. Yes, lots? Okay. Man. You know, a lot of time has passed. Anyway, so let's get the CPM disk def in here first. So sudo vim etc cpm tools disk def, and one moment. Oh yeah, it's super excellent, awesome, high quality. This is what graphics look like on the SMC-70 when it does raster mode. See, it's fantastic. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to paste in Jonos. You know how hard it is to do that blurring in OBS? I'm not using a plugin for that. That's native. It's a pain in the butt. All right. So there's that. And then we need the Grease Weasel tools to include this. Let's go ahead and I'm just gonna slap that over there. Is there some decent demosaic AI software? No, you wouldn't be able to. It's too low res. That only works for poorly blurred images, essentially. So if I put more than one character into a block, and I think I have like 3 or 4 characters per block, then it becomes almost impossible to do because you have too many variables to account for. Anyway, it doesn't matter because it doesn't actually type out the password when you type it in. Not how it works. Okay, open Kate, boop, and Hadoop. Okay, so on the Jonos, we have a double density disk with 70 cylinders, single-sided, which, fun fact, I am actually using one of the single-sided Fujitsu packages for this because I did not have any like 100% known good double density disks when I was working on the Jonos. So it was special enough to get that, because the other discs that I am using are all garbage. They just don't work well. And this is one of the ones that will shatter if you look at it wrong. So I have to be extremely careful with that. But Jonos, by the way, also best computer ever, built-in disk storage. Demosaicing requires movement. Not totally true. Movement or enough samples. So if I did a low resolution blur here and showed it before and after, actually I don't even need before because this is a known Ubuntu font. You could just generate the samples yourself. If it's say 6 pixels per letter or something like that, where it's 3 tall, 2 wide or along those lines. You can unblur that because you can figure out what each character would blur into. But when you start going the other direction, having multiple blurs per, or multiple characters per blur, then the combinations become much more difficult to figure out. If we just logging install. Let's see, what if we Jonos CRT and overlaid it with the SMC-70 graphics? Technically that's possible with my setup, but it's a pain in the butt. So anyway, what are we doing? Oh yeah, so there's Grease Weasel. Okay, now we can go back to this. We're going to copy the SMC-70 lines here because we will eventually make a base level Jonos image, and we'll want to copy that. Let's do this. We're going to make... I already have regrets. What's Vim mode and Kate look like? Hold on. View, tools, mode. Oh, there's a Vim mode here. How do you enable it? I need it for the dumbest possible reason. Hold on. Mode, session, edit. Input modes, VI mode. Here we go. Boom. Okay, Vim mode. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to, aha, okay, perfect. I'm going to substitute the semicolon with a new line. Boop. That did not work. Undo. I have to actually enter visual mode? Ugh, gross. Fine. Okay. Boom. Substitute. Semicolon. Do I need to escape semicolon? I don't think I do. New line. Do I need new line G? Is that the problem? Undo. Visual. New line G. Oh. Am I mistaken, or is G supposed to mean across multiple lines, not just first instance? I thought G was specifically for if you were piping through a file, that it would continue for multiple lines, not just first instance. I don't know. Anyway, well, we needed it. So, all right. Reason I'm doing that is because I want to change all of these. So I want this to be 10, 10, 10, 20, 20. And we'll just use that as our prefix ordering kind of thing here. Like, why were there so many of those? Because 5 of them are going to be for the Jonos, and I will be editing them in the moment. G is global. I know G is global, but non-G only does a single replacement. Because I thought %S, so not quite. %S is if you're trying to operate on the entire buffer. I was trying to operate on a selected range, which is why I went into VI mode, because the normal edit mode, if you select a range, it does not operate on that. So you can see here that it's inputting this. If I don't select anything and I enter this mode, then I would have to enter in %, because that means the entire buffer. But this is prefixing it by basically saying we're going to operate between the selections. So. Okay. Yeah, anyway, I just wanted this because, insert. That's almost a 0. I didn't want to deal with. We will do 11, 11, 11, 11, and these missing. Yeah, I just wanted to stick the Jonos in between. At the G, it'll replace the first instance on each line. G, it'll replace all instances on each select line. Interesting. Okay. All right. And I can also be ultra lazy here. Sub SMC-70 Jonos G. There we go. Did I not do it this time? I did do the G this time. Why didn't it work? Well, now I'm just annoyed. All right, let's try something different. Let's do 12.13. I forget exactly how that one works. Dash, single dot. I think single dot just worked. There we go. No, it didn't. It only did a...
SMC-70G 100 at 23 minutes into stream. Is this a record? End of line.
Oh, thank you for 100 minutes. Getting text message. But... All right. So there's that. Okay, now let's try this. Substitute, new line, semicolon, G. I'm gonna lose my mind. All right, hold on. Vim select.
A544JH subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 49 months. End of line.
A54-4JH, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 49 months there. I appreciate that. Thank you. Comma! And then a D? Why is there a D at the end? Okay, so select, except screw that. We're gonna do 4, comma, no, hold on. 4, comma, 16. I don't think we need that. We'll find out. Semicolon G. Boom! That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Ugh. Okay, and now we'll save just for giggles. Okay, so here, 11. Okay, now I want out of Vim mode. As fun as Vim mode is, that's it has. I am done needing it. Oh no, where was it? Input mode, normal. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, I'm gonna make this triple space. Wish modern software required indentations like this. This is modern software. We're not doing this on the CPM computer. Oh no. I want VI mode again. Hold on. Input mode, VI mode. Okay, so 35 to 55. Okay, so 35, 55. Substitute underscore SMC-70 with Jonos. G. Oh, I almost made that right. Undo. Go back. Underscore Jonos. There we go. Now I want to do dash F SMC-70. So we'll replace that. I'm going to go ahead and bump this up to like 57, 8 maybe. So dash F SMC-70 to dash F Jonos, but was that what I called it in the other one? I called it Jonos 3.5. 3.5. Because theoretically, you could connect an 8-inch drive to the Jonos again. Okay. One of those instances where if I didn't have to relearn how to do it, it would have been faster. But I did have to relearn how to do it. Okay, this is kind of killing me, okay? I don't understand why they do this. I open the menu, okay? I want to access my command history. What key do you think I press to access the last command that I typed? Because if you answered down, no, or up, it is not that. It is down. It is the opposite direction. I don't know why. I think they don't like people. Yeah, you have to type in down. All right, Sony SMC-70, and we're gonna replace semicolon. Replace that with Jonos 3.5 inch semicolon. Boom. It's up in normal Vim. Is yes, it is up in normal Vim. So Vim command up. That's the last command I wrote. The only time it really gets screwy is when you accidentally enter record mode and then it brings this up and then your life is sad when that happens. You shift V, select a region, go into command mode and do the replacement. Yes, but it keeps clearing the select every single time I do an action. That's why I'm using the line numbers. The line numbers are staying the same. You know what's funny? This says, actually just doing that has almost made it done. We need to do Jonos double density here, but then I think we're done. Jonos, DD. Oh, actually we need to do this one more time down here.
Wesley Nixon is gifting 5 tier 1 subs to Tech-Tankis' community. They've gifted a total of 73 in the channel. End of line.
Wesley, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. You see up in Twitch chat? I'm not 100% sure. Do you have better Twitch TV installed? Because that might be a feature of that. I don't remember. Okay. Yeah, it might be a native Twitch feature. I don't remember. I think it's a better Twitch TV feature. Normal Twitch chat does not let you do it. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. I'm trying to think. I think that's it. Ooh, I know what I want to do. I want to go to the Jonos raw disk that I made, and I want mime type star.raw. What are these? Image X Panasonic art. Oh my gosh, whatever, man. These kind of deranged things will I think up next. Okay, so now I can right click this, actions, CPM image tools, and we're going to convert this to a Jonos image file. Boom. Okay, why is it 0 bytes? That makes me sad. Oh, there it goes. 315K. I think I just had to think about it. Okay, we'll bring this up here. Now, right-click, CPM tools, Jonos list. That looks correct to me. Okay. So now what we need is to delete all of the files that are not required for boot, and then we can make our base boot disk for this. So, there's the CCP. I think we need ccp.com and cpm3.sys, and that's it. If I remember correctly, I don't believe we need anything else. The other files, stat, pip, all that stuff would be nice, but we don't need it. And those are more base level CPM things. I remember, I think we did find at some point the configuration tool. I think that was found. But I don't remember. Was it assign? I think it might be assign. Hold on. I might want to leave that on there. Let's boot this back up and check assign, because I think that's the config tool, and I would rather leave that on there. I can delete it if I need the space. So if I run assign, switch to desired IO byte million type return. Okay, well, we're just gonna not do that. I swear that this was found. So I have a couple of disks here. We can check all of these. I also don't know what's on B. Dir B. Oh, I love the beeping so much. Dude, beeping just makes me happy. Ah, here we go. So dir B, CPM3, and CCP are the first two files, and everything else is just whatever. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm correct. Those are the only files we need. Let's try, we have sysb. I don't remember what that's called. Let's see if this contains the config program. Dir B. System files. Oh, okay, that's fine. Xtalk. Device, that's it. B. Device. That's the one that we need. Bingo. So what this does, okay, let me zoom this in for you. This could actually explain why I wasn't getting video out, now that I think about it. So int CRT, none. So we have to set up the device parameters here. So for like the serial port, 9600 baud, all that fun stuff, we can set up the LPT output, if I remember correctly, and some other things with this. So this is one of the configuration tools that is specific to the Jonos, if I remember correctly. So we might need to set int CRT to something else if we want video out to work, but I might also be wrong. Yeah. You love this portable already? Y'all, good luck. This is not one to go for. New assignment or hit return. So we'll just leave that as is. I believe that is the program. But I swear there was something else as well. Format. Let me double check that. That did things. I don't like that. Let's leave. Does that CRT look so nice? You have your camera synced to it? Yes, always. That is one of the things that I do. Also, it's just 60 hertz, but you know, I would have synced to it elsewise. Part of the reason it also looks maybe above average is you're not getting as many reflections because it's one of those evil ones that has a net over it. That might sound crazy. Like, what do you mean it has a net? But literally it has like stocking fishnet material over it. You can see kind of the grain reflection there. It's meant to act as an anti-glare. I hate it, but this machine shipped with it, so I'm leaving it on there. So that's part of it. The other part is that I actually, the CRT is in absolutely fantastic shape. I could really crank up the brightness. I just don't. Okay, so B. Oh, by the way, it shows shift on the bottom of the screen when you press shift because it's just one of the coolest things ever. Keeps the bugs out of the screen, yeah. Ooh, hold on. ESCCXT. Crosstalk, huh? Whoa. Oh, well, here's how we could send files to the SMC-70. BB Bloops comes talk with a computer? Yes, there's a speaker right there. It is large and in charge. Yeah, I can't quite... there you go. You can see the ring for the surround. Yeah, it's a giant speaker just for the beeps. Command, quit. Beep. Is the beep getting higher pitch? All right, well, that was sys B. I want to keep poking around for a little bit here. What's on this? Disk drive. Why do you hate me? I feel like I need some scotch tape nearby so I can just tape these shut or open. Just grab a scrap piece of blue tape and use that. Stir. Escort, device com. W2. Interesting. None of that's what we're looking for. I'm taking my piece of blue tape back because I think I'm going to need it. The plans to archive materials, ROMs, this computer. It's all done. Oh, you notice the 70 isn't specifically emulated anywhere. The 70 is emulated. Look up ESMC70. I am not putting that disk in. Oh, you know what? I can just do this. Yeah, look up ESMC70. There is an emulator for the SMC70. All the ROMs are out there too. Right? I don't think there's anything I could dump with my machine. I didn't get it with any like good software or anything. So yeah, this one I've already done everything for. ROM is dumped on archive.org for the boot strap. Okay, so that one's a fail. Yeah. Okay, then we got Jonos Spellbinder word processor. I can't remember if this one is actually for this computer or not. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Hold on. Jonos SB. Click, 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 click. Spellbinder word processor. Okay, so this one is for it. Oh my gosh, look at it. It's so good. Ah! Dude. Man. I love it when we have functional stuff, so there are intensity controls. These are dimmed. So it's just like...
They've subscribed for 20 months, currently on an 80-month streak. And says this man archives. End of line.
Rich Files, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And for 20, that's one of them numbery numbers. 20 months. I appreciate that. We're played with Z88DK. List the SMC-70 supported, but not the Jonos. No, nothing does the Jonos. The Jonos may as well not exist. But no, I'm not familiar with that. Too bad the ROMs are yet another format. So that I'm not sure about. They're not just bin files. Oh, and Paul Guy, I don't know if it can beep or anything. Anyway, let's escape and go back. Nope. Escape. End. Yeah, how do I just quit? F6, continue, exit. Boom. X. There we go. Okay. Okay. So there's install, which I don't think we want. Alpha boiler. Calc. That's kind of cool. I swear there is a file that does more setup. Modify. That's it. Modify. There we go. That's the one I was looking for. So this is a better idea of what we're looking at. So terminal port IO console, that's what the CRT and this are connected to. So if we go I, we can see TTY. So VC1, that might be the video capture, or not video capture, but the video output. In theory, I should be able to change over to that, and we can test it to see if maybe that sends like an actual signal I can sync onto with the RetroTink 4K. I'm kind of curious too. One moment here. Because I'll show you what it looks like without setting that up. So again, this is just composite video. And if I go to boop, and then boop, this, so that's the SMC-70, that's the RGB. This is the composite video that I get out of the machine right now. So I'm gonna try and set con to VC1, and we'll see what that does. Type the letter of your choice, D. Okay, so now we're gonna set that to D, and then X to exit. Exit to CPM without saving it. Boom. Okay, and it did not work. Modify. Watch, this isn't actually for this machine. Console. The letter of your choice. Okay, so A should definitely make it not work. Exit. Actually, return to menu, general information. Okay, does this say Jonos anywhere? Purposes programs allow the user to modify the system, drive, or choice, next, something. Various values, blah, blah, blah. Plan on using CPM, something. Okay, Monty Baker at Jonos. Perfect. So it is a Jonos tool. Okay. So yes, we'll set console to TTY, which would use the serial port on the back instead to connect a terminal.
FN00RT subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 45 months. End of line.
Why is it not working? Nord, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 45 months. I appreciate that. Well, I think we need to get Modify out of here and get that saved. So we'll go ahead and grab that. I don't know how I have this file, but nothing else. But yeah, we need that grabbed as well. So I'm going to shut this off. That's the least satisfying power switch of all time, by the way. It's just kind of like, it's almost like a potentiometer, but with just two positions. It doesn't have any resistance whatsoever. So I think this is one of 2 discs that exist that were externally archived for this machine. I got no software with this computer. So I got extremely lucky that there was anyone out there who was able to archive it. Without them, it would be completely unusable just because that's how CPM rolls. So back over to here, we're going to go ahead and make a new disk, spell, binder, boom, and then I'm just going to go down here and I'm going to do that. Belongs on a coffee pot. What? Oh, the power switch? You, brother, you? Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. But we should be able to convert this, extract it, get the files out. I guess while we're doing that, the power switch belongs to. All right. Let's look at what files we. Ugh, so many files. We need to delete from this. Like I said, I want to delete everything except for the command control processor, whatever that stands for, and cpm3.sys. So actually, I'm just going to go ahead and take that, and you know what? That. I have an idea. What if I'm really lazy? Honeywell switches look like Apollo shuttle switches on the backside. They were exquisite. There are some pretty solid switches out there. Yeah, I accidentally bought some momentary toggle switches that are basically what you would use to set bits on the IMSI 8080, but they're little miniature ones. They are phenomenal. I don't have a use case for them. I was looking for latching, not momentary. Maybe I'll someday build like a little tiny baby PyDP, but for an IMSI or something. I don't know. But for right now, they just sit around. Actually, a little mini IMSI would be kind of sweet. Maybe I should look into that. Okay. I want to try something here. If I do for blah in this is going to get wonky. Cat track 00.0.txt do echo law. Done. Does that work? Why it no work? Syntax, expecting your token. Maybe I need spaces around this. Bash is weird. No, that should work. Not wrong, and it's this, is it? Pretty sure it's the other thing. No, exactly how that switch feels. Had a couple of pieces of old equipment to use them. It might have gone click when new, but it devolved into feeling like pressing a spoon into peanut butter. That is a reasonable description of how it feels, yes. Cat track txt. Okay, so that works. There's a different way of iterating over lines in a file using read that I will never remember. And I'm trying to do it as a ghetto bash array instead, but I don't remember how. So if you don't know, in bash, you can make an array object. So if we have 1 and then 2 like this. What do you mean syntax error? Well, now I'm just confused. Maybe I don't want the spaces. Am I wrong? Why is this not working? Okay, if I did ls Am I losing my mind? What? Bash array. What? Oh, that's how you do it. Why is it not working? Yeah, it's read while line P, then do done, but then you input. Yeah, maybe we can try it because this is being stupid. While read P line do echo line done, and then you pipe in cat track txt. It's something like that. Unexpected token. Thought that's how you did it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you don't. Maybe you just send the file. That's a lot of thing. It clearly did it per line, but then it didn't actually pass the data. Why is line not working? And read -p. What? Congratulations, found the void. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, there we go. All right. So now, CPM RM -F Jonos 35 -U probably. Hold on. CPM RM -U. Okay, -U. Track IMG 0. Boom. Okay. Now, not that. Get out of here. F2 del. Let's relist actions. CPM Jonos list. They're all still there. Do I want this? I mean, I would probably expect that to show just modified as well, and it's not. So, hold on. The VM tools, it is Jonos 3.5. Okay. Maybe we get rid of the file prefix. That still did nothing. Oh yeah, I do still have that. TX track 0. Oh, del. Yeah, do that. Del. Boom. Okay, now it was modified. That'll work. Okay. Actions, CPM, Jonos, list. Boom. Bingo. That's what we want. Okay. So now we'll take this as jonos.img. I'm going to copy this into here, and now we can finally go back to this. And for our build, we will use Jonos. Oh gosh, we're still in. Oh no. Substitute. Oh no. Undo. Substitute. Yes, Jonos. Why is it only substitute one character? You know, I don't even want to know anymore. There we go. Okay. There. Okay. SMC-70. WordStar. This is my copy of WordStar. We want these. We're going to do WS, Jonos, okay. Actions, CPM tools, build for Jonos, boom, okay. And now actions, CPM tools, Jonos list, boom. And that has all of the files for the Jonos as well as WordStar. Okay, now we have to sacrifice a disk. So I'm gonna do the text disk because it's useless. I don't remember what was on there. I don't want to know. We have image files of everything for the SMC and the Jonos actually. So it doesn't really matter. Okay, so now I can right click, actions, CPM tools, write Jonos, and this doesn't have the terminal thing, so oops. Excuse me, Mezzo Forte. I'm not sure if you're commenting on Twitch or YouTube, but if you are commenting on YouTube, as I suspect, I've been live streaming for about 5 years. Been a little while. So there's a lot to catch up on. I have not been on the YouTube side for that whole time. On the second channel, Tech Tangents 2, you can actually find a playlist. I think it's unlisted, or a playlist of unlisted stream VODs that I uploaded there, but there is a little chunk of time about where I didn't have VODs get uploaded. In theory, I could actually upload them somewhere, but ugh, a lot of work. I don't really feel like making thumbnails for hundreds of videos, and I have too much self-respect to just click the AI thumbnail button. All right, disk written. Hopefully, I think it finished. Let's go to the real machine. See what happens. Okay, so turn it on. Beep. All right, pop in. Get the piece of tape. Open the shutter. Tape that. Pop that in. It has the shutter arm. It's just bad. At first I thought it didn't have the shutter arm, but it does. Okay, B, dir. Okay, moment of truth. Install. Let's spell it correctly. No way.
At tier 1. They've subscribed for 21 months. End of line.
Sleepy Developer, thank you for the tier 1 sub there, and for 21 months. I appreciate that. No, there was an AI thumbnail button. Yes, so if you've started seeing a bunch of people have white text, yellow text, offset, expression thumbnails, that are, the text is like, looks like fake paintbrush strokes too. A lot of the times, they use the AI thumbnail button. Huh. Well, WordStar just died. Now we begin to question everything we know. Let's try booting that disk. I just want to see if that works. And then we'll probably type the text file out to make sure that we have it working correctly. Reset. Beep. That's what I want to see. Okay, the fact that that booted is a really good sign that the disk writing is actually good. They all look so similar and bad. Yeah, that's another thing that I genuinely don't understand why people do. You are losing all brand recognition on your thumbnails when you do that.
CHER 100. End of line.
Descartes, thank you for the... Or, Descartes. Schmide, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. Dir in Install. Maybe it only works on drive A. Wow! Really? Type example.txt. I want Ben in here. I want a return on my CPM knowledge. It's not working. Paul Guy, they've been around for a few months. So I don't know what to tell you. I started seeing some not huge channels using them as well. Huh. For kicks, let's boot the original disk, and then we'll type example from B, just to see that maybe type was broken on there. Type B example.txt. Oh, okay. Something isn't happy on that other disk. We cannot totally blame that. Also, it kind of sucks this one paginates it because this is very, very long. Also, this thing kills the SMC-70. Why is this so much faster? That's one thing about CPM computers is they're basically all the same. This thing is absolutely slaughtering the SMC-70 for speed there. Holy moly! Even with having to press enter, we just scrolled through the whole text file faster. You know, B, install. Yeah. Okay, let me add the terminal line and try writing it again, and we'll check that the actual write was successful. My check will attempt to make sure by watching it and then inevitably forget and have to write it back again. So I'm just going to buzz this after I take the tape off. Is CPM3 is just faster? Adrian, I thought you were going to say it was compiled with O0 like Mario 64 was. I will admit, I mean, it's very overplayed. People have talked about it enough that, like, you know, if you know, you know, and if you don't know, you don't care. But it is still hilarious. It's a pretty minor thing, but it's still pretty darn funny. What was I doing? Oh, I'm going to add terminal equal true to this. Terminal equal true. There we go. A lot of the CPM computers was literally just computer striped a terminal inside. Yeah, that's what I was saying the other day. Yeah. Okay, action, CPM tool, Jonos. Right. Okay. Bad copy of WordStar 3? No. I know it's not because this is the exact copy that I read from my own 8-inch discs and was able to put on a K Pro 4. Also, the data on or in the example text file was good. The byte ordering looked correct. So I don't think it's that. TurboTax disk has been somewhat tortured at this point, so if it is developing issues, I will not be surprised. Although it does not appear to be that that is the case. Okay. Trying to pull out the K-Pro and test it there. I will look for the K-Pro. I don't actually know where it is. There's a chance it's in storage. Because the thing about the K-Pro is that it's not like a super exciting and tremendously usable computer, so I wanted it as like a known good 5¼ inch CPM machine, but then usability and practicality of it was pretty limited, so I just kind of stopped thinking about it. Ow. Yeah. I don't know. It's going to take a lot more looking. That's a later objective for sure. It's not just under there. That's where the Jonos was. Okay. Trying this again. We'll just go ahead and boot it because there's no reason not to. It's a little weird that type didn't work off of it though. I don't understand that. Type example.txt. Well, that time it worked. Well, that's strange. Okay, we'll try running install again. And pre-buffer some of your enters. There we go. Okay. Install. Nope. Install.com. Why? Why no work? So WSU was another one that Ben mentioned there. Man, that's so weird. Now, the other thing about this, okay, is that we just tried, yeah, type worked. Oh, does it, type. Interesting. I don't know why that would be happening. All right. Well, technically, we do have another source of WordStar 3 we can try. So we wrote my copy of it here, but we also have available from WinWorld a copy of it. Let me wipe the disk. We'll write this one. So delete that. We can recreate that if needed. WordStar. Actions. CPM image tools. Jonos. Build. And actions. CPM tools. Jonos. Write. Boom. While that's going. Git. Commit. -m. Actually. Git status. Git add util CPM Jonos. Git commit -am add Jonos Escort support git push. Oh, okay. Matrix, I don't think it does. We could try actually reading that text file to see. Yeah, so I imaged my 8-inch copy of WordStar. And again, it worked on the K-Pro. So, wow. I'm just going to leave you at an oblique angle here. You'll get the idea if it works or not. Okay, type example txt. Okay. WordStar, screen-oriented, CPM compatible. Well, I mean, if it's not CPM compatible, I wouldn't be able to read this. Video editing. Whoa, it does video editing? A portion of the document being described or entered is run in the CRT. Whoa, crazy. And they just mean not stupid Edlin editing. Trying to make sure that there isn't anything. So far, this is just talking about the stuff I can do. I think this is actually meant to be a file that you would open with WordStar. So this is not that helpful. Yeah, it has meta formatting stuff in here. Okay, well, install. Came from 8-inch disc, we're doing some mess up 3.5-inch disc. No, because no CPM software would ever write directly to the disk controller because every single CPM computer is completely different. They're very stupid. Yeah, install tried to work. So for giggles, type example. It failed in a different way. Failed in a better way. Yeah, please. The CPM version of sudo. Maybe we just have to run it multiple times. Why? WSU. Oh, I didn't like that one. You know, I want to try writing the WinWorld copy again to this disk, but for the SMC-70 and see if it works on there. Let's see if it behaves differently. How about I phrase it that way? Because it behaved differently there, and I don't remember it doing that before. So, delete. And then, because we may have also not had the correct SMC-70 setup. Actually, we still don't. I think we have the 1.2 one there, so this may not be totally good, but we'll just give it a shot. Not too many options. Jonas says one thing that surprises me, VDU plate is remarkably rapid. VDU plate update? Oh, yeah, it's really nice. Really nice. Windows has sudo now, yeah. I think Windows has fear of actually losing market share to Linux now. Single-handedly because of Valve. Imagine a future or a present alternative multiverse, however you want to think about it, where we weren't having an AI apocalypse shortage of computer hardware and the Steam Machine came out and it was $700. How much people would be clamoring for that thing if they were able to produce a bunch of them. How revolutionary it would be if they could actually like get them out and have it be affordable. Like, not wishful thinking. I'm saying, imagine what that would do to people's perception of Windows and what a gaming computer is and that kind of thing. Because I think I would start to radically change that whole thing. All right, we have a disc. Let's try it. Oop. Oh, that's still the Jonos. Hold on, let me put that back. We're not actually going to look at that, but also it's like probably not amazing for the Jonos hardware since it's not really working. Oh, pay no attention to the flashbang. It just does that. The superimposer goes like ultra white when there's no load. It'll slowly go back to green. See? Anyway, the reason it was monochrome yesterday is because it was set to S video input. All right, so I'm just gonna go here. The way it's done. Let me slide on over to the other CPM computer. Let's just do this. Boop. Dir. Install. Kind of trying. And nope. Huh. Well. Well, Paul Guy, that's a problem that can be solved with money. If the Steam Machine had wider market adoption, more users, solutions would be found. CPM support error level? I'm not sure what you mean. If it's like a DOS command to see what an error message is, no, it won't do that. It's fundamentally different. All right. We are going to, I think, just try to write original Hitchhikers for both machines, I think. Yeah, Adam, I don't understand what's going on there. Supposedly Epic Games is going to start trying to convert their launcher to work with Linux. I'll believe it when I see it. GOG Galaxy is supposedly coming to Linux, and that one I believe a lot more. I'm actually genuinely excited about that. I've started buying more software through GOG instead. But yeah, I don't know that it's Tim Sweeney. I don't understand what's going on there because Epic was one of the early adopters of Linux. And then they just like 180'd. Like, actually, no, I totally don't get it. Any parameters? Install-A. Install. I don't think so. But it's totally possible that. Gosh, I will feel silly. Yeah, I know. Well, now that did it do anything over there? What? It didn't install the door command. Lame. Well, that's interesting. I guess I've written these files multiple times. Coming links for next decade. So the old one, GOG recently got a new CEO, and he went in there and like, why are you guys not prioritizing Linux? And is trying to rapidly change the direction of the company. So it is a new thing with new leadership. But maybe we should try and find the WordStar 3 manual, see if that's a thing that exists. Yeah, I don't understand why they spun him off of CD Projekt Red. That just confuses me. I'm gonna go sit in a comfy chair for a little bit. So we're gonna go over to the other computer, even though it actually makes life a little harder. I have the whole stream set up in a way where I could have been recording all of this, but I'm kind of glad I didn't, since it was all just running around in circles again. All right. Word star 3. Manuel. Our whole computer's great. There's a separate installation manual. Oh gosh. Wow, WordStar 3 is old. 81. Holy moly. Okay, so resources, control program monitor. Oh, that's what it stands for? That's a horrible name. My gosh. Control program monitor. That's the worst TLA I've ever seen. All right. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, system requirements. Oh, I know WordStar. It's more that I'm surprised WordStar 3 came out in 81. And that it also predates everything we have going on here. I did not know that offhand, no. I mean, it's not a memorable thing either. It's a really good chance that I've read that before, but it's not like disk operating system. Like, it doesn't make sense. Control program monitor, I am 100% going to forget that tomorrow. Like, there is zero chance I'm going to remember that. It's terrible. I've also kind of always thought that the last word was machine. Like I was saying ATM machine with CPM machine. So I've been trying to say CPM computer. I guess I could say CPM machine and not feel like an idiot, but I still feel like an idiot. We ask tomorrow. Yeah. Control program for microcomputers for some reason. That would have made more sense. Like the still control program part kind of dumb. Oh, I don't care about your software. Here we go. Installation. Okay, installation procedure, WordStar, work in a particular terminal and printers. Procedure enables distribution WordStar, work, blah, 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 blah. Special versions of WordStar distributed for a few microcomputer systems with unusual requirements. Cough SMC-70. The special version is described in Appendix A. Okay. The install program supplied with WordStar can automatically supply the necessary control codes for many of the most common terminals, including some of those. Those are terminals. Yep. Your terminal is not shown. You'll need to consult the manufacturer's manual to determine its control codes for the cursor positioning and possibly other functions, and then patch them in as described. Dude, I love that. That's awesome. That you can just add them. Man, I don't want to do that, but that's really cool. It does it, but I don't want to do it. I want a Diablo printer. Okay, strengths, blah, blah, other printers. This makes it sound like you just run install and then it solves it all, which that's what I remember. So, in many systems, list output device, LST is a logical device, should be assigned to several physical devices. This is true of your system, something you do, blah, blah. Config.com related utilities, all setup is a list device.
Oracle says
menu.
CHER 100. It's awesome that it does it, but I don't want to do it. I'll leave that up to Ben. Semicolon. End of line.
No, Chloe, I don't think anyone wants to do that, and I'm not sure anyone can because we don't know what the control codes are. Oh, wait, it's the 3101. I don't know what the Jonos is. I'm going to guess an ADM3A, but I don't actually remember. If we could figure out how to actually get it to pipe out the control codes, we could probably figure it out. But yeah. But Chloe, also thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, man. Ugh. Okay, many versions CVM consoles, logical, should be assigned to anyone for physical devices, TTY, CRT, BAT, UL1, terminal used by the operator is one of the physical consoles. Port driver, blah, 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 blah. All basically how CPM works. Wow, this is a long manual for installing it. Well, it doesn't help when they got intentionally left blank pages. Still leave it up to Ben. I'm not expecting that anything happens with making a word star. I don't think it's necessary, essentially. And leaving it up to Ben. Ben doesn't have a Jonos Escort. He couldn't output command codes to try and figure it out. And I say he doesn't have a Jonos Escort because I am only aware of 3 other examples of them on the planet. One of them has 5 1/4 inch drives and is a later revision, so it's not even really the same machine. So I think it has a 5 1/4 inch and a hard drive. Okay, install WordStar installation program used to install customize WordStar. Uninstall WordStar. I think it's basically just deletes the thing. Some other stuff. Example text. File of sample text demonstrating WordStar features is what I thought. Okay, format, new disk, copy system onto this disk, copy pip onto the disk, insert this disk into the boot drive. You know, what if it actually needs pip? Oh my gosh, I have not been putting pip on there. What if it tries to run pip to copy? Oh, maybe that's just because they're doing this. Run install as described in detail below. Install will create a new file called ws.com with WordStar set up for your particular system. Now copy all the overlay files. Distribution disk, drive B. Okay, installation. To initiate WordStar installation, insert diskette containing files copied from distribution disk. Type Control-C. Your system is already up, or else cold start, boot the system. Control-C. And just run install. So it should be plain install and then all of that. No harm in adding stat and pip. Well, stat is optional. If you have room on your disk, you may want to copy stat and format. So we're gonna, yeah, it is relatively easy to check because we have pip extracted from the image files already. I don't think that it's going to need it, but there's a chance. I really don't think that that's going to be the answer, but no reason not to try it. Long story short, though, there are no parameters needed. That's what I was really trying to look for. Also, it will install to the current drive. save ws.com on the current drive, and then run the installed. Yes, okay, so, yeah. All right, let's go ahead, pip, and try it, I guess. There's, again, no reason not to. By the way, fun fact, I carry around 2 bottles now because one is water and one is coffee because I have determined that it is really nice to just have fallback water. Not always coffee is the best answer. Sometimes water is really nice. Okay, let's go to miscellaneous here. Okay. So, back over to this. Oop, chat. CP invocation, did you use the -T flag? -T. Probably not. I don't know. Let's find out. I don't know. What's T do? T. Yes. I think you have to. It's not optional. Could have clobbered the binary converts line endings. That's how you pick the image file, isn't it? CPM LS or CPM CP. So one of the stupid things about this, oh my gosh, I have misread this. Wait. Oh, I am wrong. Oh, wait, Sarayan may have just found it. Okay. Let's get rid of that. That's pretty substantial. All right. Let me grab, everything is off, so there's no reason to prefer one system over the other. We'll try the Jonos because I think it is more likely to work. T-truncate, I think it's transpose, or I'm just making stuff up, but it's T, yeah, if I remember correctly, we can man CPM, blah, blah, libdisk, no. Convert text files between CPM and Unix. Yeah, I'm an idiot. It would be nice if there was any kind of consensus in how the parameters for CPM tools worked, because this is what I was thinking. I looked at this previously, and I thought, oh, you use T to indicate that this is the image file. But no, that's not what it does. So that's why I added that. I wasn't trying to convert it. I thought that it was the way that you specified it. Okay, well, this changes literally everything. Let's go ahead and, you know what? I want vindication. I want to know mine are good. So we're gonna kill all of that. We're gonna, I'm not, you know what? I'll do this. Plain, all right? So this is Jonos. I'm gonna go up to Jonos, disks. We got CPM boot, which I believe is this. No, I modified that. Hold on. CPM boot. Let's take this. Actions, CPM image tools, Jonos, convert. T image versus, yep, that was what I made a mistake with. Okay, wait, no. This, yoink. This, boom. Okay, now. Dot raw. Actions. CPM, Jonos, extract. Grab pip. Yoink. Go back to SMC-70, WordStar, Jonos, pop that in there. Then actions, given tools, build. And actions, CPM tools, write. Ugh. That's a really good catch. Saran, just out of curiosity, were you looking at my Git repository for that or something? How did you catch that? I need less creamer in that coffee. It's too much creamer. That's more why I want the water. It's like that much in the bottle. It's like nothing, proportionally. All right, and boom, there we go. Okay, I am gonna get all cocky and we're gonna just boot the thing. So, boom, a doom, and boop. I'm poking, Oh, I appreciate the honesty. All right, install. Moment of truth. All right, we'll try the WinWorld files. This is not necessarily that that is good. Let me grab the pip file. WinWorld. Boop. Actions, Jonos build, and write. I didn't wipe it. It'll be. And it had pip now? Yeah. It had pip. And I put pip in this one too. So I believe it should be much more likely to work on the Jonos, because the Jonos is an extremely by the book implementation of a CPM machine. I now know I'm safe to say. So yeah, actually it's funny saying CPM computer with the microcomputer terminology later on is actually slightly more redundant. Pip, we're not doing Python now? Yeah, we need pip to install. All right, so this is WinWorld WordStar. I love how long it takes for the CRT to charge up every single time. Actually, it's kind of scary. It's probably the high voltage kept dying, and as Helen Croft has told us, they're like impossible to get. Anyway, so there's files installed. I could spell it correctly. That would help. Install. So that's good. That is in fact good. Why is my copy of WordStar not working? Boom. That's it. That is in fact it running. Let's do a full setup and try it. So, do I want first time installation of WordStar? Yes. This will install WordStar on the current drive. Yes. Okay. I do not know exactly what terminal this should be, so we're going to go with ADM3A. Okay, cursor control switches must be on. Sure. Printer menu. No change. Sure. The modifications, WordStar now complete? Yes. Yep. byte compare your image to the working one. It's not really an image. It's not quite how it works. I should byte compare the binaries, though. All right, that's WordStar. That's actually looking pretty correct. So it might actually be ADM3A. Yeah, actually, I'm seeing the arrow keys here. It is sending the control HJKL. So I think that's good. Let's go ahead and open example.txt. Wait, what? No, cancel. Oh, D is open a document file. Ah, yes, that totally makes sense. Example.txt. Boom. There we go. We don't really have page down and stuff, but I got arrow keys. They almost work. Oh, it's all control keys that go up. Oh, this is weird. Okay. Well, let's try the same process for the SMC-70 now. So I'm gonna pull this back out. I will fully wipe this actually. And you print it. I'm not going to attempt connecting a printer to this. Just it's ugh. Okay. So I'm gonna get pip out of there, and I'm not gonna put it in. I don't think it's necessary, but we'll make a SMC-70 disk. Action, build SMC-70, right, SMC-70. Okay. That's Microsoft for Control F4, yeah. So on the back, I have a parallel printer port, an RS-232 printer port, and an RS-232 modem port. So I could actually connect any kind of printer I want, with the one exception that the printer port is a Centronics port on the computer. So that would be fun. But the serial port would probably be the easier one. I do have 2 serial printers. One I haven't actually tested yet. It's kind of sidelined as a 2-hour stream day kind of thing, just to poke around with. But yeah, I could potentially, it's just, ugh. Although there's the deck writers too, I guess those would be serial printers. So I wasn't even thinking about those. Apple Writer, 3 serial printers. I forgot about that one. Okay. Here we go. Moment of truth. This disk, I believe, should be bootable. I'll just try that. Here we go. Okay, fair. I keep moving the spudger that I used to reset. Yeah, Majeko. All right. B. Sure. All right. Moment of truth. Install. Oh my gosh. Well, that is big. All right. Yes, we want to do the first time install of WordStar. Let's do that. Something new in the Sony works. Yes, this is huge. Okay, so we need to go to menu 2 because it's actually menu 3 that we need. Or we can go to menu 3 here. Oh my gosh, it's so slow. Ugh. So we need $. IBM 3101, yes. Wow, man, this really makes me feel like the SMC-70 sucks after using it. Z, none of the above, your printer. Yes, okay. Oh, I regret this. No. None. Let's go with N. None, no printer. No communications protocol. Yes, okay. Sure, whatever. Just use that. Okay, yes. Okay. Are the modifications word star complete? Yes. Here we go. Terminal configurations. We're using a 3101 terminal, printer, and CPM output. Here we go. So this is actually running now. Boom, that worked. Okay, we're gonna open a document file. Oh my gosh, it is so slow. Example .txt. I am curious if this will do a better job of showing formatting. No, it looks identical. Okay. Wow. Okay, well, that was big. Man, I feel really dumb for missing that whole -T thing, but I'm definitely going to put at least part of the blame, like at least 25% of the blame on the CPM tools, because it's so weirdly inconsistent about how you specify disk images. But yeah, that was 100% it. Very good catch, Sarayan. I really appreciate that. Is there going to be a plotter menu? No, no one would plot text. That would be insane. Any slow is coming back to you? This computer is technically older and is faster. This computer just... It's not meant for this. It's really interesting. I wonder what it does internally. Because I think we have determined that it has like a whole frame buffer thing going on, and it's overlaying text. So it might be kind of like the HP or I think Commodore 64, where there is an alpha layer and a graphics layer. And maybe it's constantly like managing those layers, and that's part of why it's so slow. All right, Saran. Say typing letter and video overlay system. Yeah, we could actually go back to the video titler disk, enable superimposing, or use the later release of CPM as the base. Well, now we need to do that. Now we need to actually fix it so that we can use CPM 2.2 as the base. So we should go back, make another disk. Oh my gosh, this is really good. Composite out is surprisingly clear. I am cheating a little bit. I've enabled a small amount of sharpening. A very small amount, but yeah, if I bring this back up, the advanced SDP, yeah, because without the sharpening, it was a lot harder to read. So yeah, just a little tiny bit of sharpening for a system with mostly text, I figured was acceptable. But one thing that really helps is having the right filter, because if I put the wrong filter on there, you can see how much worse it gets. So the 2D fixed, I find, works the best. Does allow very neat inroad to make this usable computer? Yes, that is exactly why I wanted it on there. CPM 3.0 would work. So, Stefan, the way that CPM works is on the disk, the first 2 tracks, I believe it is, are actually the BIOS for the hardware. So there is a bootloader ROM file in the machine that basically says to the CPU, use this address and this command code to start streaming data from this device. And on this computer, it tells it to start streaming data from drive A from the floppy drive. Then the floppy drive has the actual software that is like the microcode or whatever, however you want to think about it, for the machine that tells it you have a serial port, you have a printer port, you have a CRT, you got a monitor, here's how you communicate with all that stuff. So all of that is on the floppy disk, which means your operating system, CPM3 for this, CPM 2.2 for this, has to have your exact hardware software on it. So we can't just swap out files from one machine to another to try and upgrade the operating system. It is bespoke to that machine. And then the same thing is true of the disk formats and a bunch of other fun, lovely stuff that is why CPM kind of failed. Here's what the RGB capture looks like though. It's completely different. Zork worked. I did not put Zork on the disk. That was 0 ohms. So they probably realized not to use the -T parameter, and I'm just an idiot and have wasted 2 days on this because of it. Yeah, MS-DOS has the BIOS that was copied by Phoenix BIOS, Compaq, all of them. So that's the difference between CPM and Windows DOS PCs. I don't know why I went Windows, but DOS PCs, IBM clones. So, yeah. So, yeah, but, yeah, Paul Guy, Tetris will not work because the only reason WordStar worked, all right? So we can actually, if I can figure out how to quit, we can see why WordStar would not work, or why Tetris would not work. So if I do escape, unfortunately the function keys don't work. Oh, they're just Control A, B, C, D, E. That's hilarious. Home key does some delete or something. What are the, well, the arrow keys actually work on this. They didn't work on the other one, although it's left and right for advancing a line. Well, that's curious. Let's see, other menus from main menu, Control Q for quick. I would expect that to have exit. Nope. I know what the exit button is. It's reset. Okay, I guess I should go back over to this so you can actually see what's going on. And I will close that. Okay, so B, WSU. I want it to uninstall the current copy of WordStar. I assume this just deletes the file. You're trying to uninstall, run an uninstalled. Where did it put it? You know what? I don't even want to know. Install. Marvin, I can't say because I don't know, Amiga. You want to normal first time install WordStar? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to show you what the problem is with Tetris and other CPM software on this computer. So I'm going to pick the Lair Sigler ADM3A as the terminal option here, okay? So that was the terminal option that I picked for the Jonos. This is a very, very common and standard terminal mode to emulate for different machines. However, it seems like this computer doesn't want to do that, and it's going to be wonky. And I expect that this will not behave correctly with this. So if I run that, now what I will expect to see is the screen to be drawn weird all over when it finishes booting here. 7s aren't a good sign. Yeah, it looks like it tried to do a screen clear, didn't work. Exclamation point, that's not, oh yeah, it's all screwed up. Yeah, So this is the problem with running Tetris or other programs, and why WordStar might be the only program we can actually run on this. Without having the correct terminal codes, we can't actually get it to work. And since it emulates a super weird IBM terminal for some reason, I have no idea why they picked that. The software has got to support that exclusively. You know, I just had a really weird idea of why they may have picked that IBM terminal. This is a total, like, out there shot in the dark. Hold on, I have an idea. I might. No. Oh my gosh, I think that's it. No way. Wow, I think I know what it is. I think I know why they picked it. This is hilarious only because the only reason I've made this connection is for completely unrelated reasons. Hold on, I'm trying to find a nice bigger image of this. Wikimedia Commons, perfect, okay. Open a new tab. All right, one moment, I'll show you all in a moment. And now I will search for the secret reason why I think they picked it. Where is it? There it is. That's it. Yep. Okay. This is an IBM 3101 terminal. So, beam spring, keyboard, you know, all that fun, fancy stuff. I want you to note the power switch here, whatever that switch is over there, the two CRT controls over there, okay? This is a Westlaw legal research terminal. Power switch here, beam spring keyboard, switches over there, two dials there. That, and it says IBM over there. That is an IBM 3101 terminal being used for that. Before microcomputers really took off, there was this weird time period where you could lease hardware terminals and gain access to an information database where you could then look up information. So you'd call up, connect the modem. There's the phone in the background. That might be an IBM modem for all I know. Maybe it's a printer, I don't know. But you would have these terminals that would be connected to the remote machine, and you would have these. If Sony was leasing Westlaw terminals to connect to their service, they may have just had the IBM 3101 on hand. This is like a total shot in the dark. They may have also just had IBM 3101s. Maybe they were working with it. LexisNexis. So what's interesting about that is that's why I know that. So if we go back to here, the LexisNexis ones are the ones that get shown all over. So this is what put me onto this search. These are completely useless, but they're very pretty, but they're completely useless. There's actually, you're showing them the red monolith? Yeah, I wasn't going to. That wasn't why I was doing this. But yeah, Digital Ice Age knows. I only learned about this last night. This was research I dug into just because I was sent a link to an eBay listing for one of these, well, for the LexisNexis one. But this is making me wonder. I wonder if maybe Sony had this, or maybe something like this, and then that's why they picked the IBM 3101, because I cannot imagine why they would have picked that elsewise. I need one? No, I really don't. I really, really don't. Isn't Westlaw still a thing? Probably. Yeah, interesting. I can't imagine elsewise why they would have picked that, unless they just had one kicking around, and one of the reasons they may have had one kicking around was this. Yeah, Marvin, they're like $4,000 for one of those LexisNexis terminals, because everyone thinks they're super pretty. There are other terminals I could get that would actually be useful that are just as cosmetically good. Yeah, but Philip, I'm trying to figure out why they would have leased from IBM and why they would have set it up with that. If they just had it there for like other use cases, I could see it. I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know why they picked 3101. It doesn't make any sense. Because if you're in the IBM ecosystem, you're not running CPM. And keep your eyes peeled for local examples. Okay, sure. Neither one of these terminals are going to be cheap because of the Beam Spring keyboard. All the keyboard weirdos are going to be after that thing, and everyone's just after the LexisNexis because it's pretty. So, if you have two dashers, you can make a red one. No, those are better as beige. You can't tell me otherwise. No way. Or it's blue, however you want to think about it. Although a red one and a blue one, that would look pretty darn good. But honestly, orange or yellow would be the colors to go with for that. And that would not look as good with the nice beige. Because the Nova 3 was yellow. Nova 1200 was the brushed aluminum blue, but the Nova 2 might have been like deck orange. I'm not 100% sure. A kind of burnt yellow orange look. I've got an IBM system that got terminal with it, copied that because it's easy to get and test. Yeah. Stock the dumpster of your law firm so you can find one. But yeah, anyway, that's a potential reason why. Man, okay, so we can get software onto it. That's kind of crazy. It's possible. It just sucks. One thing we can do with this setup, though, is we can test what other terminals are close to the IBM one. So we can mess around with that a little bit at least. Also, you want to know what's really irritating? This just changed the scope of the SMC-70 video again. I was kind of banking on it not working. Ugh. Hack another terminal onto it. I could just straight up connect a different terminal to the SMC-70. That's an option. But it kind of defeats the whole point. Because the whole point is it's got like the Genlock or video thing. It's video is its whole deal. So if you send all the console output to the serial port, like why use the SMC-70 then? Probably no other terminals because IBM. So I think, if I remember reading about the 3101 correctly, that it's kind of based off of plain ASCII terminals. So it's maybe not completely impossible. But yeah, I don't know what it will be offhand. Okay, I don't know how to quit. I don't know that it'll recognize the keys for quit, so we're just going to restart. I'm going to dir disk A in case it's stupidly copying WS to that. No, it's not. I don't know. Okay, B. Install. So Paul Guy, the SMC-70 already has two discrete video outputs. That's why we're capturing both the RGB and the composite. The composite is the discrete output for the superimposer module. That's how it does the overlay. WSU is on both. Disk A boots, it just happens to be a bad copy of WordStar as well. Okay, yes, normal first installation. Okay, let's pick a completely different terminal that's also slightly common. The Hazeltine is a good option. I want to look at my other options though. Visual 200, no one has any of those. Televideo 912, Televideo is not bad, but that might actually be emulating something else like the Hazeltine or VT100, which I think this might predate. On your Tandy, don't you have CPM on the, oh my gosh. I can get there. Hold on. Got the Motorola M3000 video chassis in it. It's got the. I think it doesn't have the Shugart SA400 drives, or did it have SA400s? Oh gosh, brain. I'm not looking. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna cheat in my own way. It's the AES lanyard. That's it. Didn't that have CPM? I went and I looked at the 8-inch discs that I bought for a completely different one. I think it was like the Model 9 or something. Oh, man. WordStar installer modifies MSU com file. MSU is the uninstaller, I believe. ms.com is what it should make, although I didn't see that. And only has CPM because of Peter K. That's really impressive. What 8-bit computer didn't have CPM? Famicom. All right. You know what? Yes, the Famicom did not have CPM. Definitely, it did not. You can't prove me wrong. I would be so mad if someone went and ported CPM to the Famicom, so I had a reason to go buy one. Oh, I'd be just, oh, so grrr. That would be the worst. I don't think there is 6502 CPM, though. What am I doing? Oh, I was going to look through more of these. Okay. I don't know what a Flash Writer Mindless is, but now I kind of want one. Let's look at Terminal Menu 3. ADS Regent isn't an uncommon one. Air 80 Model 2 is sweet, but I don't have one. Okay, we're gonna go back to option 1. We're gonna pick the Hazeltine. We're gonna pick D. Sorry for that derail. Yeah. What about the NES? It doesn't have a disk drive, so it's stupid. No one cares about it. All right. D, Hazeltine. The auto line feed switch under the little cover above the keyboard. Dude, I love the little notes. Like, yeah, you could use that, but you got to do this one change. CPM for the 6502? Yeah, but that's not like real CPM. It's not like, you know, one of the core original ones, but that's still really cool. I'll keep that in mind. See, the problem with that is that you're going to have to make like a custom BIOS for that too. So, like, sure, they cross-compiled it, but then we're going to need the BIOS for, yeah. Anyway. Dude, CPM on a Famicom would be awesome. I would almost feel bad making that video, though. I feel like that would have to be a Musagi video. Like, I'd get it all set up and I'd just mail it to him. Like, here, you're the one who has to make this. Let's be real. Yeah, all that library of 6502 software, exactly. Yeah, it's already not looking good for the Hazeltine. That's looking even worse. Okay, so definitely not Hazeltine. Oof. Ah, that's worse than ADM3A. All right, let's pick a different terminal. Beep. Well, you just run CPM 86 then, Samuel, because that already exists. So yeah, there we go, ws.com. The install file generates ws.com as the actual file WSU is the uninstaller, which I think just deletes ws.com. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah. So we could just rerun the Hazeltine version from that, but we're gonna do a first install again here. Okay, first time install. Yes. All right. What terminal next? What terminal would be a nice common one? That's the problem. It's not the ADM3A, and it's not a Hazeltine. We could try the ADDS Regent. I don't think there was a 25, though, was there? None of those are at Televideo. Maybe... No, there is a Regent 25. Okay, we'll try Regent 25. That one's reasonably common. Just is just the uninstalled original. Oh, interesting. Okay. So what terminal type is that? Just ADM3A then? No change. And hey, RF programmer. Okay. Yes, now we just hit yes a bunch of times to make it happy. Yes, yes. Okay. MSI VIO. So the problem with that is I don't know how many things are actually going to support MSI VIO because the MSI was pretty weak in CPM land. It's maybe better. I don't think it did a full screen clear though. Home position worked. Ooh, that's not bad. ADDS might be semi-compatible. Okay. I think it's not quite right, but it's close. Okay. Let's open a document. That was... that's not working right. Yeah, it's missing the screen clear command. That's kind of important for something like, say, Hitchhikers, where it's going to constantly redraw from the top with the text entry at the bottom. That would not work. So we'll do example, and I'll show you how it won't clear correctly. Example. .txt. I'm kind of surprised the backspace key worked. Well, actually, it might not have worked. That's one of the fun things about this kind of thing. Okay. Oof. Okay, well, it's full clearing that. It's like half working, half not. Well, that's not good. I can't scroll back up for some reason. Huh. So I don't think ADDS is close enough, but it's closer than, say, Hazeltine or ADM3A. Okay. Be cool if I knew how to quit. Let's see. Other controls. Control O on screen. What does that do? Yeah, I don't think any of that's what I want. Okay. Reset. Beep. Okay. B. I hate that the answer is you can copy disks or software to it, but you wouldn't want to. That's almost the worst option. I imagine that there are less usable CPM computers out there, but this one's pretty up there. Okay. Are there any other kind of normally terminals. Gosh. Where did the K Pro emulate? Probably just ADM3A. CPU clock speed? I don't know. We might be able to see in that big fancy text file. This. No. Here. Sample. Yeah, this one. Just Z80. Z80A. Isn't that 6 megahertz? Like the Jonos? So I bet it's just doing more overhead for all the graphic stuff, for color and things like that. I'm not sure that the Soul 20 was common enough to do it. Do you guys ever have one of those moments where you look back and you think, wow, that was a really expensive computer that I didn't buy, but I should have bought it? There was a boxed Soul 20 for $2,000 with the correct Soyo monitor and matching floppy drives. Locally, I could have gone and got it, but it was also like a really horrible drive to go get. But $2,000, that's a lot of money. Well, now they're like $5,000 for a loose one. So, not that I hate it, but like, you know, it is one of the most gorgeous computers ever made. Anyway, that was just, that was my kick in my own butt the other day when I realized that I really should have bought that. Anyway, The real need is a time machine? Yeah, but I also don't want to pay new prices for some of this stuff. You need a time machine, but then they'll go back in increments to find the dip. 4 megahertz? So I feel like this was more than 50% faster. All right, we haven't tried the televideo. Oh, yay, Philip. Oh, that's right. You want to do the 102. I can't remember. The Rex CPM. Does that actually run CPM on the real CPU, or is it running on like the microcontroller? I don't remember. It's kind of weird. All right, televideo or visual? The visual was actually slightly popular. Well, let's try that. So, let's try the visual. It runs on the 8085? Okay. Takes over the ROM RAM space. I'm surprised I found a copy of Hitchhikers that ran on an 8085. No change. That was the wrong letter. Oh no. Sure, whatever, I don't care. Use the Micro Pro printer. Yep. All right, see what Visual 200 is like. A rare instance where we can just walk over and go grab the real one. Okay, for me, maybe that's not that rare. Whoa! Well, that's actually kind of curious. I kind of want to note that down. Huh. That's really cool. Really super-de-duper broken, but really, really cool. So there are color codes for its custom IBM 3101 terminal, because the IBM 3101 is not color. That'd be good for all that, you know, color CPM software that runs on CPM 2.2. Oh yeah, there's just an abundance of that. Yeah, I do have a Visual 200. The caps are a little weak in it. I do have new ones. I just haven't put them in. I think they're right here, actually. One of these days. No, that's like other nonsense. Visual 200 cap set right there. Yeah, need to do it. Are you talking about CPM isn't color? That's the thing. So Ben tries to refute that in saying that he's like half of the computers he's used with CPM are color. I would refute it in that like nothing that used CPM, any of the mainstream CPM computers were not color. TRS-80 Model 2 is a big one. IMSI, Altair, although Altair may IMSI Basic or Altair Basic, that kind of thing. You know, maybe that Microsoft company might argue what the main operating system for an Altair is. I don't know. Anyway, there's a lot of like terminal only CPM computers that are much more CPM oriented. Yeah. So anyway. Color program for microcomputers. And yeah, Diego, I still have all my ThinkPads. They're just not like my main draw. The ThinkPads are, I don't know the best way to describe this. Overdone in the wrong ways. That's how I would describe ThinkPads. They are not as interesting as people want them to be. So Chloe though, okay, the BBC, I'm gonna guess it's a BBC Micro. Wasn't it mostly a basic computer though? Like, yeah, technically it could run CPM, but it wasn't meant to. Like the TRS-80 Model 2, that was meant to run CPM. It could run some other stuff. I would say the BBC Micro is more like the TRS-80 Model 4 in that it could run CPM, but Tristos, that was what it was supposed to be. Is 6502? Yeah, see, you're getting too far out there. That's not like no one really used that with CPM. Let's be real. I mean, it's definitely people who pop up and say, I use that with CPM, but you know, like, no. What does CPM stand for? Can't process mnemonics. Oh, we should probably try another terminal. I'm too distracted. I genuinely forgot the monitor part already. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. We should start calling it CPAM. Control program and monitor. What was I doing? Oh, disk B. Let's just try comparing terminal modes again. Install. This may seem stupid, like why am I bothering with this? But if we can't find something else that's not the IBM, that's a little more common, then we're not going to be able to run any software on here. That IBM is way too weird. Chloe, yes, I will concede. That's definitely a thing. People did that with their computers, but that's like saying, oh, the Mac had that DOS add-on, so you could run DOS and a 486 on your Mac, but like That was not the common Mac experience. I'm imagining it's something along those lines. That yes, it existed, but no, it was not common. Okay. Yes, first time, do the thing. All right, we'll try the televideos. Let's see what that's like. The televideo 912 is not. What is the 912? Hold on. Televideo 912. Let's look at this. 912. Okay. Introduce 78. Price. B uses flat screen or flat teletype style. 912. Okay. Current loop. Bond rate. I assume it's like an extended version of the 910, which I believe, excuse me, the 910 was original. It is not based on anything else. 81. Oh, this is later? Why? What kind of Nikon naming scheme is that? Oh yeah, let's introduce a better camera later with a lower number. Personalities, there we go. So, yeah. This kind of concept, I think the DT1 is a clone of this specifically, but I don't think this has the GUI config menu that the DT1 has. So I'm confused though. If the 912, they don't have personalities listed here. Is it unique? And then they just decided actually no one cared? Because that makes me think less likely that this would be a good one to try and use. All right, well, let's try televideo. If it is unique, it's much more likely to be based off of ASCII. But I'm not convinced that that's good. A repeatable one for other software. I think we're screwed. I think not doing ADM3A really kills it. I think that's going to be the main problem. Well, GoGo Gadget, think about this. In like, what, was it 1981 that you could get the Timex Sinclair 1000 for like 80 bucks? There was cheap garbage then. There's cheap garbage now. Like a computer you buy at Walmart for $300. Maybe that doesn't exist today, but like 3 years ago you could. Those were trash. Like just straight up. You can't actually use them. They sell them to you. Sure, it runs Windows, but you can't do anything with it. So there's just varying levels of hardware functionality throughout the entire computer history. So 912 is a no-go. That seems worse than all the other ones. Definitely not like that. $4,500 for a PC today is going to be a solid PC, no question. Those were solid terminals. I don't know why I'm running dir. It's just habit. ZX81 solid door stuff. All right, I think we are out of terminals that we can likely assume that your run-of-the-mill program will actually support. I was actually surprised looking at Micro Center ads the other day that you can get a reasonable laptop for like $800 still. I don't fully understand. Maybe it's SODIMM in particular is useless to the AI workloads or something. I don't know. I was just surprised that you could get anything. It was like 32 gigs of RAM for $800 still. Like I don't know. I do know I am not gonna be looking at buying a computer anytime soon myself. That's for sure. Let's see, I can bring up the ad still. I'm mildly curious too. Let's see, Micro Center. A couple of days ago. Curious if I actually read it right. Okay, it was 16 gigs of RAM for that one. Yeah, it looks like $2,000 gets you into the 32 gigs range now. Ugh, so awful. That's a fast RAM though. Holy moly, 5,600, 6,000. Jeez. That's the one thing I regret about my DDR4 desktop build is I went with 3,200 mega transfer, 3.2 gigahertz RAM, however you want to think about it. And it's slow now. I wish I had faster RAM. All right. Multi-core RF programmer. I think that would be why. So in my defense, I bought it in, oh my gosh, like 2020? Maybe 2018? I don't know. It was a long time ago. 2133 DDR4, my condolences. I'm not 100% sure mine's not actually 2.4 gigahertz. I think I specifically avoided 2.4 gigahertz because I was superstitious that it would interfere with Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, or Wi-Fi and Bluetooth would interfere with it. But yeah. This is 128 gigs worth. Yeah. My desktop is 32 gigs or 16. I can't remember, but it's less. This, I saw the writing on the wall in 2024 and I maxed it out at 64. So this is my one go-to computer. Unfortunately, slow RAM again because DDR4, but oh well. Anyway, well, so summation on the SMC-70. We can get software onto it. Anything that's not IBM 3101 terminal emulation is garbage. I think the ADDS was close, the 25, but it still wasn't like usable. The screen scrolling wasn't right. Smart thinking. The smarter thinking was that I bought 8 terabytes of NVMe. that felt really dumb at the time, and I'm like, now. that was the bigger one. IBM 3101 have beam spring? I'm pretty sure it did. Yeah. Definitely predates the Model F. So most likely that would have been the switch they used. Okay. Let's go sit at the comfortable computer for a bit. See if we can figure out what emulation modes different programs might have supported. Like look up Lotus install guide, maybe see if it had a IBM terminal mode. See if maybe something else Infocom does. I don't know. Oh, Lucky Bob, the problem is I do Factorio. So I can feel it. That's the problem. Okay. Lotus CPM manual. Let's see. C basic 2. You know what's funny? This might be mine. I don't think that is. Interesting. So there's a different copy of it? Factorio may as well be AutoCAD in game. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Just give up, Libre Rider. Jeez. Okay. This is a very different version. Switch the RAM at work. Why is the secretary? Programmer, I do not blame you. Okay, that wasn't the kind of Lotus that I was looking for, but those were pretty sweet too. Maybe I should actually put the 1, 2, 3. I think 3.1 is way too new. Just a field stretch computer for Lotus. Oh, that's so too new. Way too new. Color graphics? Nah. Yeah, 90. Oh my gosh. Maybe, was Lotus not on CPM? CPM software. It's just like, let's start from the basics here. Oh gosh, it's not some stupid corporate garbage, is it? Yeah, the problem with those things, Philip, is that the more complicated they are, the less likely I'm going to be able to demonstrate them doing anything. All right, let's try pitch maker. I can almost guide to the galaxy. Why are these results total garbage? That look like Mac. No, I don't want that. I was big enough. Should have 3101. Yeah, the problem is figuring that out, though. CPM. Here we go. Yeah, see, the thing is, I want the manual for this. No, everyone always says that. I still use Google. It's fine. You just have to know how to use it. The media related queries like this, they're going to be garbage every time, no matter what. There's just too much out there. I don't blame it for that. But like, let's say I want, just as a random thought, Python extract. I can type extract video frame. Okay. How could I do this? First result, Stack Overflow, decade ago. Let's just take a look. All right. So CV2, I don't want to have to use OpenCV, but you could do it. I bet that would work. But I'm just saying, like, it depends on what you're doing. Looking for spreadsheets, since you link to Excel. I'm not looking for spreadsheets. I'm looking for just like anything that can work. Let's throw, what's this? D64, that's not what I want. Let's add in CPM. Here we go. Dude, this IBM Presents OS2 thing, I swear this is like the most SEO'd thing on archive.org. It shows up for everything. So much stuff. So I might be better off CPM game Zork, you know, let's pick something that's not going to have as much media nonsense. CPM Zork manual. There's the mailbox. Apple. Nope, already not useful. I can't escape this. Let's get rid of manual, just CPM Zork. See what we get here. Yeah, see, this is kind of concerning. They're listing it by the terminal. See, that's a problem. Or something like Macintosh Guard for CPM? No, because the problem is that you have to have the right CPU, the right terminal interface, the right version of the operating system, 2.2 versus 3.0. There are so many dimensions to the graph of where you can pick something that's compatible that it's almost impossible. So commercial software is kind of for CPM. It's like not really a thing. It's that was the biggest problem with it. I think if CPM had defined a disk format up front and been very like rigid about it, they might have done better. And not put the BIOS on the disk. I think that was the worst. Ugh. Tier Sadie manual. Oh my gosh. That's Model 3. That's Model 3 basic. That's not useful. Also Tandy. And a lot of Tandy ones. That's so stupid. I love it. Yeah, and I'm finding a lot here. Oh my gosh. Well, the Tandy copy was saying it was for basic though, so it's not gonna be like Z80 raw. See what versions of CPM Zork we can just find. So CPM games, here are 3 games. Plus some basic software. Oh man, that thing is awesome. Holy moly. I'm gonna get out of here before I have an eBay search start. Sure, he's Google Drive. You like it? You want one? You've already bought one. You don't need any more wedge tops. Hmm. Let's see, other download op. I mean, they can't possibly have these compiled for everything in advance. Or a wiki or something. No. Interesting. This is very different. Okay. So we've got a copy of Zork-ish here for different terminals, maybe. No IBM of any kind. Okay, let's explore this, though. This seems... Yeah, here's all 5 games for CPM. Basic, useless. Oh, man, you know what sucks? There's a copy of Hunt the Wumpus that I want to get, and that I might be the only person on the planet who will ever actually run it. But because it's like a name, right? It will get attention. Other people will try and get it. I'm just so frustrated. Like, it hasn't been listed. It'll probably never be listed on eBay. But I'm just afraid of, if it does actually show up on eBay, how much it will go for just because of the name. Or maybe I'm over-exaggerating. Maybe no one remembers Hunt the Wumpus and they won't actually care. I don't know. But I'm not looking forward to the day that it shows up. It was far too easy to fix. You want something more difficult? As long as it's not a Pokemon card, I would not be willing to spend on the Hunt the Wumpus as what I was willing to spend on what ended up being a Pokemon card. I also wouldn't be willing, well, I would be willing to spend what the Pokemon card would be worth if it had been a real Pokemon card. Never heard of Hunt? We've heard of it, but never played it. I've never played it either. I don't really want to play it. It's just literally the only game available for that format. So that's basic. Intellect MDS, is that a terminal? I have actually seen one of those before. I think there was just the bottom part for sale locally at one point. I looked at that and went, yep, I don't want to own that. That would be a bad idea. I'm sure they still have it, DZ, because no one wants to pay what they're asking. You know, I'm kind of surprised there's nothing Xerox in that WordStar. Did Xerox just not make terminals? Never really thought about that. Xerox computer terminal. It's not the Alto. 820? That looks... Actually... Oh, that's a Weiss. Or does that go to that? No, that's an Ampex. Okay, never mind. We're like, wait, that looks familiar, but no. Oh, look at that nerd. But everybody loves S100 computing. That's not an S100. Look at that. That ain't S100. That's the reason why it's a no-pewter. It's custom Intel bus. Ever feel weird to Google something and see your own face? At first, yeah, but it went away. I came to the realization that I deal with a lot of really weird and rare stuff, and that it ends up polluting the search. So again, like, you know, Sony SMC-70. Like if we search this, me, like it's just gonna happen. So yeah, it's just one of those things I've come to accept. Oh man, regret. The portrait style screen terminals, it's the Xerox Alto. It was meant to be kind of a word processor. It's not really a terminal. So yeah, that's not a terminal. That's the 820 is actually a computer. It's not a terminal. I'm recalling. I'm gonna guess they didn't really make terminals. Well, that's just got to be a rebadged deck. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is. If not even rebadged, might just be a 820 with a deck. Anyway, try putting stuff on the retro web. Get the retro web as first result. Google likes some wikis for sure. It's like model collapse, but with Shelby. Yeah. It's like, yeah, here we go. Jonos Escort. There is one photo of these on the internet. Boom, boom. That's actually, oh, that, yeah. So this was the Facebook listing that we saw, I think. So that was one of the three. And that's how you can see how the 5¼ inch high up. There's some cool stuff there that would have been cool. There's me, and then nothing. Just, yeah. That's also me. Cover the MK90. You'll be most of the speaking media on it. Yes, English speaking. Yes, it's just difficult since it's not in English itself, which is cool, but it makes it really hard for me to learn more. Oh, this person bought it. Oh, wait, now they're uh anyway, get away from that. Oh, it's been a while, Paul guy. Suffering buyer's remorse. Oh, that person? No, well, I mean, kind of looked like. Anyway, the only reason I was looking at that is that I know they have some Jonos peripherals. So the back of the computer slides off so you can plug stuff in, but there's also a printer that you can get that slides on and then you pass through all of the other connectors. It would be cool to get the printer, but I don't need it. It would probably never work because getting CPM software running is a whole pain in the butt. So, I did it. Dude, I hate how Google is like a one-way trip when you go into the shopping tab. It is so difficult to get out of it. There's one button that does this. That's it. That's the only one you can click that gets you out of this. So annoying. Anyway. All right. If anyone has any ideas, first known example of a video card with a never released GPU. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Why they got a warranty sticker is not released. How do they have drivers for it? Well, yeah, you'd have buyer's remorse with a PS2. Okay, anyway. Anyone has any suggestions for CPM software? I mean, I guess CPM multiplane. We can look. Multiplane. That was one of the things thrown out. CPM business software. Isn't that just all CPM software? Yeah. Like, multiplan for Osborne. Multiplan with terminal installer. Okay, let's take a peek at this. Oh, that's not a good sign. Why do I have these? I don't like this. I'm scared. SMC-70 multiplan, multiplab. Sure, why not? Okay, action or no extract here. Oh, that's not what I was hoping for, but sure. Okay, install message. Let's MX. Let's start chucking some of these in here and see what we get. Looking for a list of terminals. Let's just try searching ADM. No results. Okay, so that's not gonna have any terminal lists. Doesn't have ADM, it's not helpful. Gotta at least have ADM. ADM. Okay, here we go. Now we'll just search IBM. IBM. No results. So multiplan's out. What was the other one? Is it Super Calc? Not looking good. We got a manual for something here. Let's look at that. All right, powerful tools for planning and analysis. I'm so excited. Whoa. Okay, organizational manual, plan 80s, capabilities, blah, blah, blah. Give me the terminal list. What terminal? Is this OCR'd? Term. Yeah. Null. Install terminal control file. Okay. Terminal list contains the name of each terminal. Oh no, don't tell me it comes with like specific files for each one. Oh, great. Wait, IBM. Why does it have to be the absolute most boring software of all time? What even is this? Powerful tool for planning and analysis, business planning system. What is this? Plan 80 is a powerful tool for significantly improving the quality and timeliness of plans. It's the most middle manager software I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, page 6. What is Plan 80? Why a computer? You know what? I ask myself that sometimes too. think the main's written by AI, but it's like 40 years too soon. How does Plan 80 work? Every tabular report has certain common elements. Imagine you're instructing an assistant to prepare a report. You provide information about its titles, framework in terms of the columns and rows, the starting data, values, rules, compute totals and other values, specify items such as column width, line spacing, the number of decimal positions, etc. to make the report visually effective. You can use the Plan 80 language to instruct your computer with the same information. Since your computer is not as bright as a human assistant, you must be very precise, but your electronic helper is extremely fast and unfailingly accurate. Source needed floating point math. Well, I can get the pencil sharpener. I got a fake light up fiber plant. Does that count for the ficus? So is this just awk, but like for CPM? Oh, got a file effect. These are TurboTax for CPM. Here comes such a long stream. We still have an hour to go. It's normal time. Fridays are 2 hours. Saturdays, Sundays are 4 hours. Although I will admit, this one's felt like 6 hours already. Well, Sanity, I think what's happening here is that we can put software on the Sony now. Now the problem is there is no software for the Sony. I mean, it could be COBOL, Philip. I don't know. This feels pretty COBOL. So. Well, Purple Core, then, that means you've only watched the Friday streams, because it's been this way for years. I swear this is just awk for CPM. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, let's say we do ls-la here, so we got all this stuff. If we pipe this into awk, all right, then we can do a print statement here so that we can parse out data. So let's say we just want the rights. Okay, we would do *0, and then do we do this? I think we do. Nope. Just that? Nope. It's this. There. Nope. 1. There we go. So awk allows you to take CSV, tabs separated, however you want to think about it, and you can split out stuff, and then you can do other things from here too. So powerful business planner for computers, of course. Yeah, it seems like that's what it's doing, but I don't understand. I assume you could do more math or something. Yeah, this, but like, I don't know. I'm not understanding the purpose. My best guess for what this is used for is for the businessman on the 747 going to Japan, and he gets there and he wants to know what the current account balance is before making an offer on, you know, whatever domestic company for expansion purposes or whatever. And he takes out his, you know, terminal, his TI Silent 700, and he dials into the main office and just wants to get the summary of last month. And that generates that and then prints it out, and then he disconnects, and then that's it. Like, that's about the best use case I can think of. It's basically dashboard or probably DBase 2 or something. I don't know. I mean, that's my best guess. Literally no way I could demonstrate that. As far as I can tell. Let's look at the super calc. Does not list terminals. The fact that it lists specific keys makes me a little nervous. If you know you have to do this, why didn't you just do that before you zipped it? Yeah, okay. I will poke through SuperCalc here, but after this, I think we're gonna call it on the SMC-70, and I will figure out how to write a video around. Look at this cool computer that is utterly and completely worthless. Ugh. Mm. Well, even for video stuff, it really doesn't do a whole lot. I mean, we could use the titler, but it's a titler. Like, it's not interactive. It's a word processor basically that you use with video equipment. It's not that exciting. Something had to do it. This, I mean, can be that thing. So set the screen to transparent and play Doom on it. Really don't want to, but maybe I should. I don't, oh man. I know how YouTube works, tells me I should. But I'm so sick of people commenting, but can it run Doom? Makes me not want to. Yeah, the Amiga wasn't even a glimmer in the eye. The developers. Well, okay, it was probably in work, but yeah, this is way older. Minecraft on it's not going to be how it would be 10 seconds at absolute most that I would show Doom. Minecraft isn't gonna like register on this. It's just a completely different thing. Yeah, no, exactly. Or a programmer. Ugh. Let me double check this. Sony SMC-70. I think it's 83. September 82. Okay, so it's 82. So 82 for the plain SMC-70, the 83 for the G. So it depends on how you look at it. It's probably early 83 for the G, but I don't know that we know exactly when that came out. 82 promo tape. Okay, so yeah, it looks like they were really early on. Oh, well, that's pretty darn sweet. Mine doesn't do this. Okay, yeah. That's the thing, is if I had the graphics stuff, it would do a little more. I got no idea what Q Manager is. Hey, look at there's there's an SMC-70 right there. Crazy. Whoa. Okay, I don't need any more titles. I'm good. There's the Suma graphics tablet. There's a monitor that costs $1,000 now. See, that's an example of something that might have actually cost less then than it does now. What was that? Like half a second of graphics there. So that's definitely SMC-70, but yeah, we don't have the graphics capability. So I would just like to point out, all right, the extra complication here. So I think you need the videotizer to get the bitmap graphics for this. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, I think you need that to do capture, and then you can store it somehow. But I can't even imagine how you store images on this thing. Maybe those PIX files, but transmissions are done with Q Manager? Okay. Scene Manager to time screens. Oh my gosh. Do you title a video feed, capture it with the digitizer, and then the cache disk? That doesn't, no. You got to be able to store it somewhere. It's got to go on a floppy. Do you videotize a frame with the title? Because this looks terrible, but also they probably recorded on VHS. And then use Q Manager to go through? Because the thing is, I don't think that it's doing this in real time overlaying and that, which means that this probably has to be saved. Or can it could overlay the blocks in real time, but it's not a video switcher. I'm just trying to think of how this works. You already showed us this, Sony. I do not believe that it's doing this. Assume you look for the other video graphics modules. You can look on eBay for SMC-70. There's nothing. It's too rare. It isn't something where it's just like, oh, I'm gonna go see if I can find any. This is not how it works. Yeah, so oh, we don't have all those. Oh, yeah, I don't think we had all those. I don't recognize that puck. Helen Croft, so there is a piece of hardware that I don't have that allows you to do basically the raster graphics or the video bitmap work. So I don't have the videotizer, which allows you to do well, basically to capture images. Like he's got with the space shuttle here. I can't do that. Now, I think it would be theoretically possible for me to maybe do this with the drawing, but I would have to do it with the keyboard, which would be horrible. So that's not happening. Okay, so there's Q Manager. So for processing effects in real time, again, how do you... Yeah, so I know Wolf has some of this stuff. They're trying to get a Grease Weasel to get it, but they have the PAL version, and I don't know quite what the difference is going to be. It's possible the software will be compatible and that the frame buffer is the same between them, but I don't know. Just so like spoiled with all those discs. Ugh. Yeah. Oh, showing off their printer. A light pen would be a good way to do it too. Mm. Secretly wishing it had a hard drive. So, light pen again. Okay. So I'm going to guess for that it can overlay multiple PIX files. Or it blocks out regions. I don't know. No, it's not the Star Trek font. It looks like it, but it isn't. you doing plugging two things in? Reference out, reference in. Oh, that's for the, yeah, if you want to pass through, I guess. Or you can just be like me and use a BNCT. Yeah, see, it's close. It would have to be one of the smaller ones. Vertical line on the right. Well, it's not just the right. Both the right and the left have it. So yeah, you can see it there for sure. Hold on, let me catch up. One. Here's whatever the first palette entry is one considered transparent. Yeah, it's going to be something like that. Yeah, the transparency part I'm less concerned about. I do think that it just has one palette value that is transparency. The main thing is that I have no software that allows for drawing arbitrary graphics. And even if I did, I wouldn't really have a way of using it outside of the arrow keys. No, it's definitely not this. Yeah, it's very definitely not. That'd be weirder, even weirder. Because that's even newer. It'd be this. Oh, except that's, yeah, that's not real. So the E is basically a full circle, a lot longer there. I don't think it is. So the L's are curved. It's a pretty curvy L. I think it's similar. Maybe a different Sony product. I don't know. But I don't think that's it. But it is very similar. That's not that. Star Trek stole it from Sony, yeah. Names or fonts are meaningless. I don't acknowledge font names. I was just going to phrase it that way. So... this is definitely thinner, but then the problem is that there's 3 sizes of the fonts. So it's hard to say without finding like an exact example. I will say that 2 is very Star Trek. I feel like we need to see the N. Although, is the N... no, the N's not weird like that. There. Oh yeah, the SMC-70 has been... I mean, it was probably used for some television stuff. I would not be surprised. I mean, it's literally what it was made for. The bigger problem with the Star Trek stuff is that if they were doing that, they were using the SMC-70 with a different chroma processor, Genlocker hardware, to replace its video color with another one, because the SMC-70 is not doing this gradient. So, at best, it was just used as a mask source, essentially. But I don't think it was. I don't know how they generated this. Maybe they used it as a basis. So I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, what I'm getting out of it is... maybe the graphics editor would be cool. I don't care about QManager. I get it. I know what it's for. I know what it would do. I just like... I don't think I can demonstrate this thing to its effectiveness, even with all the software. I think that without a video or a graphics input device of some kind, it's just not going to be practical. I didn't see any examples of inputting graphics without that. So I think workflow is Videotizer allows you to convert video frames into graphics, or you could use a graphics editor to just straight up draw graphics. QManager allows you to integrate graphics and images into one package. It's possible. Cathode Ray Dude's hardware was used with a Videotizer, which is why there are the PIX files on the discs that he has, but that for some reason it didn't get all the discs. That's my guess there. My unit it could have been separated from the Videotizer. So to be clear here, I'm going to show photos from Discord because they're just in the live channel anyway. So why not? The Videotizer is this module right here. All right, totally, completely separate. That I believe can capture frames. I think that's how it works. So that can take video data in, but what I'm trying to say is it's discrete. Like if you were putting this all away in a box, this could go into a different box. It's not part of the machine like the other stuff. It just sits on top like the monitor does. So it's not like the modules on mine. Here's another image. Oh, input, video, offset. Wild. The video tizer is completely isolated. I don't understand why it has composite in and RGB out. That's weird. Unless this is passed through. I wonder if this could be for like shifting the image up or down for PAL versus NTSC line counts. Anyway, oh yeah, so the video tizer there, it's plugged into the back plane, or the expansion interface in the back there. Yeah. Yeah, that is going into the, so it's like a module, but it doesn't work as one. Or I should say, it doesn't store as one. Someone could easily remove that and set it aside. Oh, there's where that grounding thing goes. Hmm. Just a stupid eBay search. Make sure there's no video tizers listed without it being related to the SMC-70. Doesn't look like it, though. All right. Yeah. I can put a tiny cutout in that bracket for the text. I just want a screw-in module for the stack. Steering rods be 3 feet long. Yeah. Is it just, yeah, well, I mean, his is the PAL. I was just looking up Sony video tizer to see if there were any of them. Like, I wouldn't get a PAL one. It would be useless to me. But I was just curious if there's anything like that. Let's think about this. Best case. I mean, it's such a weird machine, man. So, Philip, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's weird. Watch that live YouTube video. Maybe that guy has some info. Yeah. I've just said won't be using it. Yeah, I would love to demonstrate more of it, but what I'm kind of getting at is it seems like you have to go all in on the system to make it work as video graphics generator. And as for a CPM computer, it sucks. Like, just straight up, this incarnation of it is garbage, as far as I can tell. Like, what are they even running on it in this photo? What is this displaying? Okay, CPM, they rebooted it again, CPM, and then is that a file listing? And then they rebooted it again. So it's running nothing. Well, Hellecroft, my speculation of how mine could have been used is as a titler for post-production. So you take B-roll with a VTR, and then you play the cassette from one machine to another, and then you show the titles on it that way. All right? So that would be one way to do it, where you could still use my machine, but it would only be for that. I'm willing to take the pictures to do it. It's just a horrendously awkward machine to take photos of because it's such a weird shape and has to have cables plugged into it all the time. So at some point I will. I just got to figure out how. Yeah, we don't have this software. Whatever this is, we don't have this. This might just be the graphic software. I don't know. But any of that doesn't exist for me. Yeah, my best guess is that it was a tape-to-tape title overlay machine, mine, in its current incarnation. It could do graphics, but without any kind of input, graphics would be horrible. So that would be it. There's hardware-wise nothing stopping it from not being able to, or nothing stopping it from being able to do graphics.
Thrasher 976 says, "We're sorry, you have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service. If you feel you have reached this recording in error, please check the number and try your call again. CHER 100 end of line."
That is the weirdest thing ever. A separate skewer module? Why? And Thrasher, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, that's so weird. You know what, just for giggles, Sony SMC-70. In a weird world, anything here would actually work. SMC-70, I don't know. Yeah. I'm looking to see if there's any photos of it running like anything real. So there's this, all right? Oh gosh, garbage website. I think they lost the domain. There's some kind of Sony SMC-70 demo software. That's 777, not the same. There's one that's just been left to rot, which I'm starting to understand why. There's your starring the computer page. Oh, there's one that actually has a keyboard overlay. Please insert disk. That sounds about right. Hmm. I didn't think the computer would be this useless. Like, even that wouldn't actually help. Like, that's cool and all, but like, eh. Stupid broken web pages. Okay, that's mildly interesting. Oh, is this going to be another stupid SEO garbage page? You betcha! So maybe 770, 777, and 70 software was at least slightly compatible? Okay, but like, what do you do for it with it for that $2,600? Oh my gosh, the Zebra one. Holy moly, that's awesome. Dude, what? That's incredible. I am not a vaporwave kind of fan person, but like the Zebra artwork on top. Wait, why is this showing all this stuff now? We got the brochure. We got the hilarious Zebra game. Oh, it's sold. Maybe that's why. But like, look at that with the Easter Island. That's some pretty vaporwave artwork there. Like, I don't care about vaporwave stuff, but I will acknowledge that is extremely that. Don't care. Leave me alone. Okay, so this SMC, but which one? 70 or 777? Interesting. Okay. That opens up some stuff. Wait a minute. How much? You know what? I need to be not clicking random links for Japanese software on stream. I need to do this on a different screen. Because there are different societal standards over there. So maybe we can find some games for the 777. I'm not going to import them from Japan. I'm not waiting for that. But okay, this one's kind of hilarious. Like, definitely 2001 Space Odyssey suit here. Not even sure this is still for the SMC. If it's on cassette, I don't think so. In theory, I don't think there's any reason it couldn't be. All right, let's see if we can find some 777 software. Man never never do anything wrong. I mean, they have their own. There's different cultural standards for different parts of the world, and I'm not going to judge people for that. But I am subject to United States, standards. So I have to make sure that I don't violate that. Okay. They got 10 whole games on here. Whoa, crazy. We got Teeth War. We got that. We got almost a platformer. Whoa. Load Runner? Hold on. Wait a minute here. How are we going to get this on there? What is this file going to be? Let's find out. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's super easy to install disk image. Yay! Watch, it's some kind of weirdo file that only works with the emulator. Like a D64 or something. Oh my gosh, it totally is. What's a 1DD file? So I assume that works with ESMC-777s, I'm guessing what it is. I mean, yeah, that's what the acronym, what the anachronism is.
Ultimate said, I believe I am what's known as fashionably late. Good evening. Have we broken it yet? And if no, why not CHER 100?
All right, Ben, I'll fill you in. Ben gets the special treatment. Welcome to Nightmare Land. No, it's actually not that bad. This is the Jonos. It works fine. We got WordStar working on the Jonos. Apparently my copy of WordStar 3.0 doesn't work for some weird reason. I have no idea why. That's a Sony SMC-70. Over here is video capture of the SMC-70. I'm gonna click a button here and then here, and then go back to here. And if we go over to drive B, and we run install, it will actually work. Whoa, crazy. So it turns out I'd had the flag set in CPM tools to convert line ends from Unix to CPM this whole time because I thought it was the flag that set your image file. But turns out for CPM CP, there is no flag that you need that sets the parameter for the image file, unlike some of the other tools. So just like, yeah. So here's the other thing. The IBM 3101 terminal mode does work, but as far as I can tell, it is WordStar 3.0 and Plan 80 as the only two programs that we can access that have support for that terminal. And I've been trying to run other terminal modes here, and none of them work. The last one we tried was a Televideo 912, which was actually pretty interesting. I will go ahead and reconfigure it for that so that you can see. So we can go to menu 2 here. So Televideo 912N. This, I think it was this, or was it the Visual 200? I don't remember. We'll try this. So we're gonna pick no change. Oh my gosh, Ben, this machine is so insanely slow. I had no idea until I brought the Jonos out. It's night and day. The Jonos runs laps around it. It's not even fun. It's just so slow now. But man, here we go. So if it's not this one, it's the Visual 200. I think it's the Visual 200. It was the Visual 200? Okay. It supports color terminal codes, which is frustrating because that means that it's not actually emulating the 3101. So here, let's redo it for the Visual 200. So I went through, Ben, and I tried a bunch of different terminal modes. The ADDS 25 is the closest to working with normal terminal stuff, but the real control codes like clear screen and that stuff don't actually work. It's just most of the character positioning and drawing commands work. So we'll go back to this. But yeah, just nothing supports IBM 3101. So it's basically useless as a CPM computer, as far as I can tell. So what we're about to try is maybe getting an SMC-777 game running on it, because apparently it's very similar. But yeah. All right, so let's try Visual 200. That was on the second page. The crime that the Visual 200 doesn't get V. Why does the Tech Model 571 get V, but not the Visual 200? That doesn't make any sense. There's no justice in this world. I suppose you're hoping for another option, filling in all the control codes yourself. You can do that for sure for some of these programs, and this supports it too, actually. But we don't know what the control codes are. So that's the thing. So we'll see this launch. Hopefully this works correctly and I can show you. And there we go, color codes. So the IBM 3101 is monochrome, so it's not going to do color. So this clearly supports more codes than that does. So I don't know. I did, like, the only thing I could think to do is, aren't the control codes documented in a text file in the utilities disk? Were they? I think I have that file up still here. So it was this, right? So were the codes here? Because I don't think the codes themselves are. I think basically it just says, yeah, they're different. Deal with it. Unless I'm wrong. Yeah, I think this is the one. util. Hold on, let's try util raw. And let's do this. Action, CPM tools, SMC, extract, util, uterm, rogue. Whoa. These games. I don't think we've seen rogue as a CPM game anywhere. Okay, maybe this. Okay, so perhaps this does tell us stuff. Okay, I got it here, Ben. Interesting. Okay, so what is this file or disk? Did someone make this? Because that doesn't seem very official. I assume these are control codes, so you... We got rogue, we got basic. I don't know what all this is. Maybe just get rogue working. I don't know. Well, anyway, Ben, we got to the point where at the end here, I noticed on, what was it, an eBay listing or something? A Yahoo Auctions listing somewhere here, one of these, that it's probably just, this will be good enough. Close. So SMC software here, it supports 70 and 77 there, or 777. So in theory, if I can find some 777 games that probably just boot straight into whatever game OS, or just booter games, I assume they don't use CPM, they'll drive the graphics. So I'm thinking that's going to be the best bet for like making it actually do something. The CPM side seems horrible. Oh, that's good to know, local H. The problem elsewise, though, is that I don't know how much I really want to try and make my own control code patch files. So, and what I could even for. Like, what am I going to do it for? Multi-plan? Yay. So, I don't know. We want to try a little more with the SMC-70 tomorrow, because I really wasn't like... I hate that we didn't find this SMC-777 thing until like right at the end of the stream. We are out of time. This would have been really nice to know at the beginning of stream. And I feel like... Well, so Ben, the WordStar comes with the IBM mode. So if I just redo it and use the IBM 3101 mode, it's perfect. WordStar works. That's it. But the problem is that I don't want to say like, yeah, it's a CPM computer with one whole program. Okay, two, because Plan 80, but my gosh, who's going to run Plan 80 on this? Install. Does time before really count? Yeah. Yeah, the 770, 777, that's kind of, the thing is there will be no North American software for that format, I believe. Because I don't think the 777 was released here. Yeah, we run yes, and then I pick the IBM one, which I know is $, so 3101 terminal, pick yes. All right, we're gonna pick no change on the printer. Yep. And then here we go. This is where this differs from all the other ones. Clear screen actually works. So it doesn't just print a bunch of blank lines. Okay, it does print a bunch of blank lines. I'm just stupid. There we go. Actual clear screen goes to home. It all works like how you would expect. So the 3101 emulation actually is correct. According to Plan 80, you are smarter than the computer, but it's faster than you. Yeah. Ben, are you here tomorrow? Because we can just try running 777 software on it. I think we have to. It's going to kind of suck because it's going to be just like treating it like an MSX, but whatever. That's what my main problem of treating it like an MSX like that, and I say treating it like an MSX, is that you're here tomorrow. All right. Everyone sees it and they think it's an MSX when it's not. And it's very far from it. But that software is all going to be booter, I believe, and it's going to run directly in graphics mode, which is super cool, but it's kind of sidelining what the machine is really meant to do. So, all right, we'll mess around with that, I guess. See if we can figure out what those 1DD files are and convert them. I'm a little nervous about that. I don't know if the 777 has a cartridge slot. I think those are all floppies. Yeah, those are floppies. Well. We'll see what we can do. See if we can figure out anything. So, fun fact, there is no game controller port on this, so everything will have to be keyboard. And the fun thing is, thankfully, the keyboard layout isn't as horrendous as it could be. So, the arrow keys are way up here, but they make sense. They're not dumb. It's not like this. Or look at the arrow keys here. Imagine trying to play a game like that. That would be awful. So, at least there's that. Yeah. Okay. Might just be raw images renamed. They're not the correct size. So it was like 19K for the one I downloaded. It's some kind of compressed format. It may just be the executable from the disk. I don't know. So, yeah. All right. Well, we need to wrap this up, but I have a video to release. Lucky Bob, I don't know if you're still here, but you were about to be free. Let's see here. This one. It is the correct one, right? Yes, it is. Okay. Let's see. Unlisted to public, and boom, go. There is a new video on the second channel, as long as it actually went correct. 2 arrow keys for 4 directions. So Radio Shack would like to try and compete in a horrible control scheme. Yeah. All right. Format look very simple for that the 1DD. I don't know. We got to figure out what it is. That'll be real key, but all right, here we go. Black screen because I pushed the wrong thing. Outro time. Okay. Tomorrow we'll try treating it like it's not a CPM computer because it seems like the CPM-ness is a trap. Why I don't get on with VisiCalc? Oh, I assume it's got like a security dongle or something stupid too. So anyway, yeah, tomorrow we'll try just running the later games directly on it, see what happens. If that's possible, maybe the real trick is going to be to have a library of that. I don't know. But so far, it seems like everything that I could do is not that good. It's just titler. That's it, titler. It's the only thing it's good for. So it's an MSX? Nope. Yeah. Oh, Ben, I know what the other ones are. The HP85, I believe, is the same way. So, yep. Same way and before Commodore. So, although the PET might be the same too. I don't remember. Let's see. The PET is up, down, left, right. Yeah. So that'll predate the HP85. All right. Well, I will see you all tomorrow. We'll see if we can get like consumer grade software running on the machine, since business grade software sucks and doesn't work for the most part. And we're not going to be able to do graphics because I don't have a light pen or digitizer. So even if we had the graphic software, I don't think we could do it, and I wouldn't want to use the arrow keys. So, yep. All right, that's it for now. Go watch the second channel video. It's on the plot drive that Lucky Bob sent me. I use it to print. That's all it does. So yeah. Anyway, that's it for now. If you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. Standard outro, blah, blah, blah. That's it. I'll see you all next time. Hopefully we have more luck with this tomorrow.